Good morning and welcome to day 2 of our 2023 Victorian Open Long Course Championships incorporating the 2023 Para World Swim Series. After a fantastic day 1 yesterday, we're looking forward to some great action here for day 2. In our World Para Swim Series, we've got our Australian dolphin athletes such as Brendan Hall, Rowan Crothers, Timothy Hodge, Paige Leah Hart and Kira Stevens taking on some of the best in the world from all right round the world across a number of different World Para Series events in the 100 breaststroke, 50 freestyle and 100 freestyle in this morning's heat sessions. We've also got our Victorian Open Championship events today with highlights including the 200 metre individual medley with our Olympian Seabom Lee, our fastest seed ahead of Will Petrick, the Victorian, who's getting closer and closer to breaking that magical 2-minute mark in that 200 individual medley. We've also got a women's 400 freestyle with Australian Dolphins Tamsin Cook and Maddie Goff. Tamsin had a big day yesterday, swimming the 400 IM, 800 freestyle, and I think a couple of other swims as well. So I think she swam over nearly 1,500 metres of racing yesterday, and she looks like she's backing up again today. We've got a 100 butterfly with former Victorian Kayla Costa, our top seed ahead of Isabella Boyd. So it used to be former Nuttawading teammates. Now Kayla is swimming in Southport up in Queensland. We've also got our women's 100 backstroke with world record holder Kaylee McEwen. Our men's 200 backstroke with Australian Dolphins Joshua Edwards-Smith and Bradley Woodward. Our women's 200 breaststroke, it's a little bit of a family battle with Michaela Smith, who made her Dolphins debut at the World Short Course Swimming Championships in December, right in this pool, taking on her sister Rydell. Also, Kayla McEwen is scheduled to enter, and after a very swift 106 Kaylee set in 100 breaststroke last night, we'll look forward to seeing what she can do in her 200 breaststroke. In our men's have the 100 metre breaststroke, which two Victorians by birth, Sam Williamson and Josh Young, they both made their Australian Dolphins debut for the Commonwealth Games last year, where they both went under the magical minute mark. So those two are our favourites for our 100 breaststroke. We've also got our 200 freestyle with another Australian Dolphin representative, Brendan Smith. So he's leading the IMs for this Victorian Championship meet and is focusing on the 200 freestyle today. So I've got a big morning of action, which will be kicking off in a couple of minutes' time with our World Para Series 100 breaststrokes. So much more pleasant day here in Melbourne than yesterday. Yesterday we were touching on those 40-degree temperatures. It's much cooler this morning. You can see a few jackets out. But a pleasant day that's going to get into the 20s. So our athletes in much nicer conditions than the heat that they were faced with yesterday morning, as our opening heat of the day are making their way behind the blocks as we look to be underway very shortly. So our athletes in this opening race of the day, the event 24 men's 100 metre breaststroke multi-class World Para Series event, are behind the blocks. The officials are in place, and we are looking to make a start for our day 2 heat session here at Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre.
Your referees for today, for the male events, Sarah Ellen, and the female events, Julie Smith. Your starters today, for the male events, Louise Mellington.
Our starters and referees for today's sessions are just being introduced.
The first event on our program today is event
And we are now ready to commence our men's 100 breaststroke multi-class World Para Series event. For those unfamiliar with multi-class events, it's not necessarily the first person to the wall who is the winner of the event. All these swimmers have individual classifications. What happens is their time is then converted into a point score based on their individual classifications world record, and the highest point score is the winner. So we have 3 heats here, and they're looking forward to finish in the top 10 point scores, essentially, to progress to this evening's final sessions. So if you're watching it for the first time, and it is sometimes a little bit confusing to work out who is winning the race, but basically all athletes need to make sure that they're going nice and fast, because even if they're in front or behind, they need to make sure they're as close as they can to their classifications world record to give themselves a best chance to progress through to the finals this evening. So underway here in this opening heat. Strong start in the middle in lane 4 from Jake Mitchell. Jake Mitchell's classification is an SB 14. So most swimmers will have a classification in their freestyle, backstroke and butterfly, and then have a separate classification for their breaststroke events and a separate one again for their individual medley events. But it will be Jake Mitchell who's going to take this heat out. But again, reminder, it's all about competing against your individual classifications time. In lane 3, Riley Moore is having a good race with Colin Soon in lane 5, for second and third to the wall in this heat, as Jake Mitchell touches the wall in a 107.11. Riley Moore has moved clear into second and comes in to finish now ahead of Colin. In 4th place, it was Cole Pearce. So those swimmers will be looking to see how close their time was to their personal best, and they'll have a good indication of what their competitors' classification world records are and how they're going comparative to their world records, as we move now along to heat 2. Strong start from our Canadian in lane 4, Nicholas Bennett. And he's out to a body length lead through this opening 25 in Heat 2 of our 100 breaststroke World Para Series event. So Nicholas had an entry time of 1:05.39, which is very similar to Jake Mitchell's entry time. So we'll see if he can post a similar time. He has the same classification as Jake Mitchell, so that 1:07 that Jake posted in the opening heat, that's what Nicholas will be looking to try and match and beat. So when the swimmers are in that same classification, that's when it becomes the straight race. Whoever has the fastest time will obviously earn the most points. Nicholas Bennett's doing a good job here, keeping it nice and long, ahead of the tight battle for second between Asher Jude and Joshua in lane 3 and 5. So 1:08.68 for Nicholas Bennett. Not quite as fast as Jake Mitchell's time from the opening heat, with Asher Jude touching in second and Joshua Wilmer in third. So again, reminder, it's their classification times that they're competing against as Felix Crowan comes into touch there, as we have one more athlete still coming into the wall here. Miguel Angel from Mexico is an SB4 classification, and he's making his way up in lane 7. So as a general rule for the physical impairments classifications, the lower your number means the more of an impairment you have. So an SB4 has more of a physical impairment than some of our SB9s and 8s that were in that race then. As Miguel comes into touch in a 2:24, which is about 6 seconds under his entry time. So a nice swim there. I'm sure he'll be happy with knocking off 6 seconds from his entry time as we move on to our third and final heat of our men's 100-metre breaststroke World Para Series. So probably a tighter spread of speed in this third heat, with Australian Dolphin Timothy Hodge in lane 5, taking up to his Canadian counterpart James Leroux in lane 4 on this opening 50. So Timothy's an SB9, whereas James is an SB. So Timothy's an SB8, whereas James is an SB9. So as a general rule, as I was explaining before, the classification system with the lower number for the physical classifications, that means the higher level of impairments. So the fact that Timothy Hodge is able to stay with James here will probably mean that Timothy's putting in a time closer to his classifications world record. Timothy had an entry time of 1:14.19. He's going to be very close to that here, and he does swim under that time and goes a 1:13.68. So it looks like it's a PB from Timothy, who finishes ahead of James and Ji Woo in third. as Beiming in lane 7 from China, who's an SB6, a 22-year-old athlete. He's got 15 metres to go here. So all our athletes are assessed for their classification as they come into the sport and are constantly reviewed. And when they come to these World Para Series meets, a lot of the athletes get reviewed on their classifications just to make sure that their impairments haven't changed. As Baining touches in 2:12.77. So you'll be able to check out those results online to work out which athletes have qualified for this evening's finals. As we move along now to event 124, the men's 100-metre breaststroke multi-class Victorian Open Championship. So we have our World Para Series events, but we also have our Victorian Open Championship events. So in this Victorian Open Championship event, we'll see a number of Victorian athletes and some interstate athletes. So we have the one heat today, this morning. So all our athletes, provided they complete the race legally, will progress to this evening's final session. But it is about getting an opportunity to perform in the heats and finals environment, which is very important as you progress through your swimming career, being able to perform both during the heat session to put yourself into the final, and then again in the final session where you're trying to put yourself in with a chance of finishing on the podium. It is Liam England from Nunawading who turns first here in a 37.66. He's got a 2 body length lead ahead of Taryn and Bo on either side of him. Also swimming well in lane 6 is Andrew Din from Oasis Otters. So Liam England is an SB9 classification. So an SB9 classification typically means the loss of a use of a limb, sort of past the elbow or knee joint. As Liam comes into touch in a 1:22.23, with Bo Matthews touching in second and Taryn Dye in third. If you want to find out more about classifications and how everyone fits into them and where to get classified if you're a swimmer that may have a disability, you can find out more information on the Swimming Australia website. All the state organisations also always have classification days running where those new to the sport can come and get classified so that they can then compete at these meets. We're now going to move on to event 25, which is our women's 100-metre breaststroke multi-class World Para Series event. We have 3 heats. Behind the blocks is heat 1. A strong start from our Australian Dolphin Paige Leapart in lane 4. And Paige is extended out to about a 2 body length lead. Also swimming well is another one of our Australian Dolphins in lane 1, Jasmine Greenwood. So Jasmine didn't have an entry time into this event, but She's definitely a more than capable breaststroker. So Paige is an SB 14, Jasmine's an SB 9. So Paige is going to clearly win this heat. It's a nice tight battle for second between Jasmine and Ellen Keane from Ireland, who is our most experienced swimmer in the field. So Paige comes in underneath the flags and is going to take this opening heat out in a time of 1:19.51, about 3 seconds over her entry time and personal best, with Ellen Keane just getting a touch ahead of Jasmine Greenwood for second and third. So we have one more athlete still to finish in this opening heat. Yanlin Lu from China in lane 8, and also Jordan Tucker in lane 0. So Jordan Tucker in lane 0 is the 21 from Canadian, but next into the wall will be in lane 7, Marion Solomon from Canada, 23-year-old, comes into touch in a 2:23. About 6 seconds over entry time there. Next into the wall will be Yanlin Lu in lane 8. Yanlin didn't have an entry time, and Jordan Tucker over in lane 0 has got about 20 metres to swim as she's making her way to the wall. So Yanlin Lu is an SB 5, and she touches the wall here in a 2:50.31. As Jordan Tucker, our SB 4 athlete from Canada, makes her way with 10 metres left to swim in this opening heat of our women's 100-metre breaststroke World Para Series event. Comes underneath the flags and is going to come into touch in a time of 3:26.89. As results from that opening heat are now being displayed. We're now moving along to heat 2. So swimmer's name and lane assignments are being displayed on the screen now. Again, we've got a range of countries. We've got our Australians, Canadians and New Zealanders in this heat. So a bit of a Commonwealth battle here in heat 2. With also one athlete from China. So Kira Stevens in lane 4. An Australian Dolphin leads through the opening 25 and continues to extend her lead. Swimming well next to her from Canada, our most experienced athlete in the entire field is Katarina Roxon, a 29-year-old. And our Chinese athlete in lane 8, Jiton Zheng, is currently in 3rd place. ahead of Hannah Price in 4th as we move into this second 50. So Kira has an entry time of a 1:16.75. She's got 25 metres to swim here in heat 2. And just has gradually been extending that lead all the way through this 100. As Katarina and Jitong continue to have a nice tight battle for second. And Kira comes into touch in a 1:19.63. And on the wall for second, it is Katarina ahead of Jitong. Coming into 4th now is Hannah Price. So a reminder, these times are then converted into a point score based on how close these athletes were to their individual classifications world record. And our top 10 athletes who have the highest point score will be qualifying for this evening's final. So we have 2 more athletes left to finish here. In lane 9, Alexa Leary is going to be the next one into the wall. And in lane 7, Jessica Tinney is also moving into her final 15 metres as Alexa comes underneath the flags and touches the wall in a time of 2:26.79. Jessica Tierney is now under her final 5 metres. Jessica had an entry time of 2:30.83, so it'll be a little bit over that today, but still putting together a good swim here in Heat 2 and coming in 2:49.06. We're just waiting for the all clear from the officials to confirm those results. So the athletes are clearing the water now, which does tend to mean the results have been given the all clear and they are now displayed on the scoreboard. As we move on to our 3rd and final heat of our women's 100-metre breaststroke multi-class World Para Series event. So those sort of 3 short whistles mean swimmers to pay attention. The long whistle means swimmers to hop into their starting position. Ji Zhu from China is just making her way to her starting position. And we're off here in our 3rd and final heat. So we'll have a bigger range of speeds here in this 3rd and final heat, with our athletes ranging in classification from our SB9s and our SB14s to our SB2s. So leading here in lane 4 from New Zealand is Gabrielle Smith, a 16-year-old, SB9 classification, as she turns through the 50 in a 37.64. ahead of Yailan Chan from Hong Kong. You may have noticed there our swimmer in lane 6 had an assistant at the other end just giving the tap on the hand when she was approaching the wall. The athlete with a visual impairment, so that tap on the head was to help that athlete know how far out from the wall they are. As Gabrielle Smith comes in to take this third heat out in a time of 1:21.05, which is exactly on her entry time. So again, you're going to be able to see this technique for our athlete in lane 6. Tamami gets a tap on the head with just that, so she knows she's got 2 strokes to go, and so can finish a full stroke on the wall. Over in lane 0 and lane 1, we have Carla and Shelby having a tight battle here. Carla Francesca is an SB6, where Shelby is an SB5. And a tight battle in lane 7 and 8 for Ali and Ji from Canada and China respectively. They're SB2s and SB5 athletes. So we've got 15 metres to swim over on the far side of the pool in lane 0 and 2. And it does look like Carla has crept ahead in this second 50 and it's extended out to almost a body length lead over Shelby in this final 15. Really strong finish as she comes into the wall and touches in a time of 2:46.81. As Shelby now finishes her 100 breaststroke in 2:55.29 with a battle in lanes 7 and 8, still nice and tight. Oji Zhou now out to a lead of a body length and a half. She is a SB5 swimmer, whereas Ali is an SB2 swimmer. So Ali had an entry time of 3:46.54, so we'll see how close Ali is to that entry time as she comes in and touches the wall in a 3:34.49. So Ali is going to be right on her entry time, maybe even sneaking in a little PB here as he touches the wall in a 3:45.35 with a 2-second PB there. So all those swimmers' times will be converted into a point score, with sort of that 1,000-point mark being the world record for your classification. So aiming to get as close to that 1,000-point mark as possible, as our times are now being displayed on the screen. As our World Para Series swimmers clear the pool, we're now going to move on to our women's 100 breaststroke multi-class for Victorian Open Championship. We have 4 athletes here competing in this morning's heat. So all of these athletes will qualify for this evening's finals session. But it is a fantastic opportunity for them to practice their heats and finals swimming for when they move through to national level competitions, and maybe one day into those international meets which we just saw from the World Para Series events. some of our athletes there. Third, so Gemma Selleck. A bit of a learning experience there, that those whistles, the first lot of whistles is just swimmers pay attention. We're going to be starting soon. That's not something that happens at all level meets. So we're moving up a little bit of a step here at the Victorian Open Championship. So it's good to expose swimmers to the different starting procedures that come across at high level meets. Montana Atkinson from Helensvale Swim Club has an entry time of 1:33.17 and is leading this heat. Montana is an SB14 athlete. Evie Lee in lane 3 from Geelong is an SB19 athlete. Gemma Selleck is an SB8 athlete, and Kira Warwick from the Flyers is an SB6 athlete. So all these athletes are competing against their individual classifications times and trying to get as close as they can to their own personal best and the classifications world records to score the most number of points they can. So as Montana's doing a really good job here, keeping that stroke nice and long and driving forward off each kick and extending out to nearly a 10-metre lead here as she comes underneath the flags. It's just going to be right on her personal best with a 1:34.44, just about a second over, as Gemma Selleck comes in and looks like she's going to beat her personal best time, and does, in a 1:43.93, taking about 3/4 of a second off her time. Evie Lee's now making her way into the wall, had an entry time of 2:00.27. And Evie swims under that in a 1:59.30. And now Kira Warwick from Flyers has got 5 metres left to swim. Her entry time was a 2:17.97. We'll see if Kira can also register a PB here in the heats session. 2:17.64. So Kira also swims a personal best. So lots of personal bests there from our athletes in our Victorian Open version of the women's 100 breaststroke multi-class. Our next event is the men's 200-metre individual medley. We have 6 heats. Behind the blocks is heat 1. So we have Australian Olympian Seabom Lee swimming in lane 4. Seabom swam in the 400-metre individual medley at the Tokyo Olympics. Also starting well in lane 7, Cameron Bladen. So Cameron has been putting together some good swims over the last 6 months and is using that early speed here in his butterfly and takes it out in a time of 25.96 with Seabom Lee in second and Silas Harris in third. So Seabom Lee has a really strong backstroke leg, so look for him to move up alongside Cameron in this second 50. As Seabom Lee does come in and will lead at the 100-metre turn ahead of Cameron in a 58.18. So we had 4 of our swimmers under the minute there. Strong turn from Seabom Lee. He has a strong breaststroke leg as well, so look for him to continue to extend. Will Sharp, former Victorian, now swimming for Southport Olympic in Queensland, has moved into second place. Probably as a young swimmer growing up, no one would have thought that Will Sharp could put together a 200-metre individual medley because his breaststroke wasn't his strength, but he's really improved that over the last few years. Simon Lee's extended out to a 5-metre lead with Will Sharp touching in second and Callum Holland-Lavelle in third. But it's a really tight battle behind Seabom Lee in this opening heat. So swimmers are trying to qualify for tonight's final by putting themselves in the top 10. So it's really important that you finish in the top 3 of your heat to give yourself a best chance. We will also be having a B final of this event. But it is Seabom Lee who comes into touch in a 2:06.56 with Silas Harris touching in second and Cameron Bladen, our early leader, in third. Underway here in Heat 2. Look for Will Petrick to put together a good swim. He's getting closer and closer to that magical 2-minute mark. Don't expect to see it in this morning's heat session, but he'll want to put in a good swim this morning to give himself a chance to put in a good performance tonight. So Will has pulled out to about a body length lead over the rest of the field here through this butterfly leg as he touches in a 26.21. As we move on to the backstroke leg, all the swimmers doing strong underwaters, with them all getting out to at least 10 metres. You can argue this is probably Will's worst stroke, the backstroke. Evan Shee is about a body length behind now, as the Nuttawading teammates have cleared out from the rest of the field. We're now moving on to what is arguably Will's best stroke, as he makes his back to breast turn. He's an Australian age group record holder in the breaststroke events. As Will and Evan Shee turn under the minute. And are now 5 metres clear of the rest of the field, with Josh Kingston leading in the battle along with Haruku Nakamushi in lane 7. Evan Shee's come right up alongside Will in this breaststroke leg as they turn through in 1:34 and 1:35. Now they're starting to look at each other. They've backed off a little bit and sort of are conserving energies for tonight's final, it looks like, between those two. They saw the times from the opening heat and they got sort of an indication of what speed they're likely to need to qualify for tonight's final. Nice battle for third, though, between Josh Kingston and Haruku. Again, that's really important to finish in the top 3, as Adam Selwood, is coming strong in the second half. As Will Petrick takes out a 2:05.76 ahead of Evan Shee, as the only two boys under the 2:10 in that second heat. So moving on to Heat 3 here. Marco Sasanto in lane 4. It's our fastest swimmer with a 2:02 entry time. So it does look like you're going to need to post a time around that 2:10 mark to qualify for the final, the A final tonight. So yesterday Marco competed in the 100 freestyle, but returning to more of his specialty events here in the 200 metre individual medley. Louis Ainley from Bayside getting off to a nice strong start down in lane 8. As Elliot Rogerson warms up into this butterfly leg and is actually going to touch first in a 26.42. Strong underwaters there from Elliot, taking it out to 12.5 metres. And as him and Marco take over now and have moved body lead clear of Louis Ainley. So Marco's doing a really good job of keeping that tempo up in backstroke, which is what you want to do in this backstroke leg of an IM. Have a nice fast tempo, but feeling relaxed on those legs as we go through the backstroke to breaststroke turn in a 58.85. Again, just the two athletes under the minute mark here through the 100-metre turn. As Marco and Elliot about 4.5 metres clear of the field. Elliot had a PB of a 2:05. As 200 IMs are something he's been progressing at through this field. As Marco has out to a body length lead at the end of the breaststroke leg. Elliot is a strong freestyle, so we'll see if Elliot can make some ground back on Marco in this freestyle leg. So it is those two are well clear of the rest of the field and look like they're going to do enough to qualify for the A final tonight. The B final is going to be nice and tight. A lot of swimmers around that 2:10, 11, 12 mark. But Marco is going to take this third of the seeded heats out in a 2:06.14. Elliot floats into the wall in a 2:08.50. Tannen coming in third in the 2:11.42. So now we're moving on to our non-seeded heats. We'll see if any of these athletes can post times that are fast enough to qualify for maybe the A, but more likely the B final tonight. Okay, so in heat 4 here, Calvin Reid touches first at the 50. Just ahead of James Lewina. As we move on to our backstroke leg. Swimming well down in lane 8 and 9. Is Toby Callahan and Eric He. And they're moving into contention through this backstroke leg. Does look like that James Lewina is going to hold on to a lead through the 100. And James does lead. Has now re-extended his lead through this opening stages of the breaststroke leg, with Noah O'Donnell moving into third, just behind Calvin Reid, who is known as a strong breaststroker and has used this breaststroke leg to get back into the lead that he had after the butterfly, and he's going to lead by half a body length into that freestyle leg. Tight battle for second between James Lewina, Owen Warsome and Toby and Noah O'Donnell. Calvin Reid is going to take heat 4 out here as he's got 15 metres left to swim. Calvin had an entry time of 2:16.53. Looks like he's going to swim a fair bit under that and touches in a 2:14.61 with Noah just getting touched out for second by his propulsion teammate in Tyler Theodore. So it was a propulsion 1, 2, 3 there in heat 4 of our 200-metre individual medley. Underway here in heat 5. And it is Cameron McLeod and Tyson Caddy who lead during the butterfly. Tyson was in the B final of the 50 backstroke last night. So look for Tyson to use the backstroke leg to try and move into the lead here. And he does that just on the underwaters and has pulled out 3/4 of the body length lead just from those really strong underwaters over his teammate Cameron McLeod and Jack Gibson from MLC. It's a tough middle day of the Victorian Open Long Course Championships for our 200-metre swimmers in the men's. We have our 200-metre individual medley at the start of the program. We also have our 200 backstroke, which we'll see a number of these athletes doubling up into. Also, there's a 200 freestyle, so there's opportunity to swim 3 200s this morning for our male athletes. And a lot of our swimmers are capable of all of them, so some of them have a rough triple 200 day, with many of them having the double. Tyson has extended his lead through that backstroke leg, and although he's not a known breaststroker, he's using his breaststroke skills and experience, being the only non-teenager in this field, to extend out to a body length and a half lead through the breaststroke leg. Now moving into second and third, and the Nunawading teammates Ethan Ravensdale and Joshua Carnes in lane 2 and 3. Tyson Caddy is out to a 3 body length lead now as he approaches the final 15 metres. Tyson had an entry time of 2:18.72. And he's going to swim well and truly under that, and as he comes into touch in a 2:15.43. Ethan just touches out Joshua in that battle for second and third, with Andrew Tan from Haileybury in fourth. So a 6th and final heat in the water. And Thomas Sutherland from Western Melbourne Propulsion probably led through the first 25, but now taking over the lead as we conclude our butterfly is Mayan Baskar. The aim of that butterfly is to get through that butterfly nice and fast, but feeling relaxed with nice, easy speed. Now, backstroke, want to really work on trying to keep that tempo up nice and high, as Brian Zhang from Nunawading has now moved into the lead and probably does have the highest tempo out of our swimmers here in this backstroke leg, and he's used that to good effect as he's got 5 metres to go in the backstroke leg. Is now does his backstroke to breaststroke turn, was a little bit jammed up on that lane rope, made it a little bit harder to get through that turning action. So Brian led through the backstroke, has a body length lead halfway through our breaststroke leg. Moving into second is Patrick Foster, Callum Lockhart and Thomas Sutherland, with Thomas Sutherland using this second 25 of breaststroke to close the gap to Brian Ward, sorry, to Brian Zeng, as those two turn together into this freestyle leg. And Thomas Sutherland has now extended out to half a body length lead over this opening 25 over Brian Zeng, as we've got 25 to go. Thomas is doing a great job of keeping that kick going nice and strong as we enter the final 15 metres. And Thomas Sutherland from Western Melbourne Propulsion is going to take heat 6 out in a time of 2:16.32. We're now going to move on to our event 27, women's 400 metre freestyle. We have 4 heats. In the water now is heat 1. In lane 4 is Madeline Goff, our Tokyo representative in the 1500 metre freestyle. Former Queenslander who's now swimming at Carlisle in New South Wales. But leading through this opening 100 is Jessica Lavin from Yeronga Park. Maddie Goff has now re-established herself at the head of the field and will turn first here in a 1:02.36. So for our 400 metre freestyle events, athletes are trying to finish in this top 10 to qualify for tonight's final. Swimming well also in lane 2 is Lauren McGuy. But it is now Maddie Goff who's extending her lead out to 2 body lengths through the 150. So we saw her turn in a 1:02. That first 100 will always tend to be the fastest 100, and the aim is then to match up your speed in the second, third and fourth 100s. Maddie's keeping her tempo up nice and high with a 4-beat kick going as she turns through the 200 and 2:06.5. So that was a 1:04 100 there, with Jessica and Lauren in a nice tight battle for second. With the battle for fourth spread right across the pool. But Maddie Goff continues to extend her lead, keeps that 4-beat kick going, breathing every 2 as she turns through the 250 metre mark. She's now out to a 10-metre lead, and her tempo hasn't changed since that opening 50. So keeping that nice consistent 4-beat kick going with that nice high turnover. As we approach the 300 metre turn, and turns through here in a 3:10.40. So another 1:04 was actually 1:03 high. with that tight battle between Jessica and Lauren continuing for second and third place. Starting to establish herself over the rest of the field is Abby Carney in fourth place. But Maddie Goff has now moved out to almost a 15-metre lead as she makes her final turn in a 3:42.26. She's bringing her legs a little bit more now, sort of alternating between sort of a 4 to a 6 beat kick now in this final 50. That's us all Maddie Goff with 15 metres to go. And it's going to set a nice strong time here in this opening heat as she comes into touch in a 4:13.44. So really consistent swim there by Maddie, and has set the mark in this opening heat. That tight battle for second is continuing, that it has right from the start, and it is Jessica who gets the touch ahead of Lauren, with Brianna Burgess in fourth and Abby Carney in fifth. So underway here in heat 2. In our 400-metre events, just the first 2 heats are seeded. We're in our 100, 50, 100 and 200-metre events. Our first 3 heats are our seeded heats. In lane 4, Rio Olympian Tamsin Cook, who made her return to the Australian team last year, leads through in a 29.46. Tamsin had a big day yesterday, swimming an 800 freestyle, a 400 individual medley. I think she swam a relay as well. So Tamsin's recently moved to Melbourne. She was a former Western Australian that had been in Queensland for about 18 months before that. Turns through the first 100 in a 101.78. I believe Tamsin is studying law at Melbourne Uni. So not only a fast swimmer, but a intelligent swimmer. So putting together a good swim down in lane 9 is Dominic Hart. She's battling for second with Brooke Bennett from New Zealand and Kiralee Shepherd from Nunawading. So Tams is looking nice and relaxed here, just keeping that kick going nice and strong. Probably has a bit of a slightly slower turnover than Maddie Goff from the previous heat. Every swimmer has their own individual style. More of a bit more traditional, nice high elbow recovery as she turns through in a 2:06.44. So a 104 high for that 100. Tamsin is now out to almost a 10-metre lead, with Brooke Bennett, our New Zealander visitor, moving into second place, just ahead of Kiralee Shepherd. As we turn through the 250 now with Tamsin. With that tight battle for second between Brooke Bennett and Kiralee Shepherd continuing into this third 100. The third 100 of a 400 is the really important 100 to try and keep that tempo on. The first 100 is nice and easy to make that speed happen. The second 100 you need to start to work. When you come into that third 100, you really need to feel like you're increasing the tempo just to maintain your speed. As Tamsin Cook turns through the 300 here, and the 3:11.36. So 105 for that 100 there. So it does look like that Maddie Goff's time from the opening heat will stand. As Tamsin's out to almost a 20-metre lead on the field as she approaches her 350-metre turn. Again, her tempo hasn't changed from the start here. Kept that 4 to a 6 beat kick going right from the outset. And sitting nice and high in the water. You notice when Tamsin's swimming, it's almost like 3/4 of her back is dry. So with that strong kick, she's able to sit up nice and high in the water. Comes under the flags, finishes strongly in a 4:15.28. Which after racing over 1,500 metres yesterday is a pretty solid effort. Kiralee Shepherd comes into touch second. Head of our visitor from New Zealand in Brooke Bennett in third. With a tight battle between Abby Gibson and Claire Milligan for fourth and fifth. As our results are now being displayed on the screen as we move along to Heat 3. As one of our swimmers seems to be making a late rush to the blocks there. So our athletes are self-marshalling at the moment. So Emily Vulick maybe got just a little bit distracted, but did make her way to lane 1 and got up in plenty of time as we move through this opening 50 here in Heat 3. So Catherine Boyle in lane 4 leads through this opening 50s, but it's nice and even across the field. Cara Mooney in lane 0, Emily Vulick lane 1, Nicole Briscoe next to her sister, Brooke Briscoe in 2 and 3, Catherine Boyle in 4, Mackenzie Hunter in 5. It's just sitting a little bit off the speed with Tali Gant in 6 and Layla Mahfouz in 7. So we're through this opening 100. And now Nicole Briscoe has started to just pull ahead of the field. Also going with her is Catherine Boyle, and in lane 0, Kiara Mooney. So those two are going to turn first at the 150, and they've got about a body length clear of the next 4 athletes. But again, it's still nice and tight here in Heat 3 of our women's 400 freestyle. So Nicole Briscoe ever so slightly ahead of Catherine Boyle as we approach the halfway mark. Turn through here, 2:14.69. A strong turn there from Nicole has opened up her lead slightly. Now starting to make her move down in lane 7 is Layla Mahfouz. So really strong second part of that second 100 and starting off nice and strong in this third 100. Layla Mahfouz has almost drawn level with Kira Mooney and Catherine Boyle. Sorry, Kiara Mooney and Catherine Boyle in that battle for second. And is now starting to work towards reducing that distance to Nicole Briscoe, who's about a body length lead as we approach the concluding stages of our third 100. So Layla and Nicole will go into this turn together, with Nicole leading through in a 3:25.08 as we move into our final 100. So all the swimmers trying to make sure they're bringing their legs through in this last 100. It's quite easy if you haven't been using those legs as much in the middle parts of your race, to be a challenge to bring them back in, even if you feel like you want to. That ability to turn those legs on and really increase that kick tempo from what may have been a 2 or a 4 beat kick into a 6 beat kick in that last 100. Layla has moved into the lead now for the first time in this 400. So a really strong second half of her 400, and she's moved out to almost a body length lead over Nicole Briscoe. And also finishing strong is Tali Gant. But it will be Layla Mahfouz who takes out Heat 3 in 3:34.47, which is faster than the entry time she had in, with Brooke Briscoe holding on for second and Tali Gant strong finish coming in for third. As we now are going to move along to our fourth and final heat of our women's 400 metre freestyle here at the Victorian Open Long Course Championships. So we're underway here in Heat 4. With Paige Holt from Haileybury. Leading through this opening 50. Nice, even heat again through this opening 100, with Paige leading through in a 1:06.01. So now we'll see who can maintain that speed here. That's what our 400's about. It's not necessarily the fastest through that first 100, but it's about maintaining your speed. The drop off from that first 100 to your second, third and fourth 100 only wants to be about 3 to 4 seconds. So most of them are out in that 1:06, 1:07 range. So we want to see if they can hold sort of around that 1:10 speed now, as Ashley Dunn takes over the lead. So Ashley Dunn has continued to slightly extend that lead in this second 50 of this second 100 and turns through there in a 2:17.47. Again, so it's probably about a 1:11, and moving into second is Sojin Huang, with Paige Holt in third. So now it's that all-important third 100. Who has the ability to maintain that speed? This is when the hurt really starts to come on. And if you feel like you're maintaining the same speed, what's actually happening is you're getting slower. So you almost need to feel like it's a new race and you really re-accelerate. As Sojin Huang now moves ahead of her teammate, Ashley Dunn, in this third 100. Sojin's doing a really good job of staying long and relaxed, having a nice 4-beat kick. And she's pulled out almost a half a body length lead over her teammate. And those two have cleared out from the rest of the field as we come to our final 100-metre turn. So Sojin turns first at 3:28. And with a strong turn, extended that lead to a body length and a half now, and is really bringing those legs into a 6-beat kick now while still maintaining that stroke length. It's really important skill to keep that length as you try and change speeds, not to get short. You want to keep that stroke length. Sojin's doing a really good job of that long out in front and then holding that water all the way through past her legs as she turns through into her final 50, coming up at that 6-metre mark and straight back into that nice strong kick. Keeping that 6-beat kick going now all the way through this last 100. Sojin had an entry time of 4:38.9. And we'll see how close she can be to that. Does look like she's going to take some time off that entry time. So it's a really good swim, especially over this second 200, and comes into touch in a 4:36.09. Ahead of her teammate Ashley Dunn, and a tight battle for third with Zali Schneiders getting the touch in 4:42.77. So I've now concluded our women's 400-metre freestyle, and we're going to move to our next event, which is a timed final, our men's 800-metre freestyle. This is Heat 2, with Heat 1 swimming this evening during the finals session. So a few adjustments to the program because our swimmers needed to report this morning whether they were swimming tonight or this morning. And so that there are obviously a couple of scratchings, and so we've reseeded this. So Jack Moran swimming in lane 3, Darius Schultz in lane 4, and Logan Brandy in lane 5. With our athletes in our fastest heat competing tonight during the final sessions. So the first 100 is kind of the free 100 in a 800 freestyle, as Logan Brandy and Darius Schultz are swimming side by side and turn sort of at that 104 mark. So that's probably going to be their fastest 100 of this 800 freestyle, as they're now going to settle into their rhythm. It's important now that from now on they establish their pace that they want to hold and hold it 50 on 50, 100 on 100. So if you're comparing Logan and Darius, Logan has a little bit of a more of a high elbow, long, smooth strokes. Darius is a little bit more up tempo. Logan keeps that kick going a little bit stronger than Darius. Darius is a bit more of a stop-start kick in time with his stroke as they turn through here in 2:13s. So it's a 109 for that 100. So we'll see if that's the speed that they can maintain from here on. They're still neck and neck through the 250 metre mark now. With Jack Moran just about 7 or 8 metres behind them. So Darius is one of our more experienced athletes here at this meet, being 31 years of age. Whereas Logan Brandy is one of our younger athletes at just 15. So you often see our swimmers qualify for Victorian Open Championships for the first time around that age of 13 or 14 in the men's events. Sometimes in the women's events, we have some of our 11 or 12-year-old athletes manage to qualify. But they're continuing to go side by side, stroke for stroke, as they move into this fourth 100. So Darius doing a really good job on his turns there and getting out to about 7 metres off the wall, which is just a little bit further than Logan's been able to get. And that's probably the distance between the two of them at the athlete at the moment. It's just that Darius has been able to maintain that strong push off the wall. And then Logan spends the next 50 trying to reduce that margin. As we approach the 400 metre turn, and they turn through in a 4:31. So still holding those 109s, which is what we want to see. We want to be consistent. We don't want to be up and down in our pacing in an 800. So you'll notice on the way down, they're breathing away from each other. Both Darius and Logan breathing every 2 as they turn through this 450 metre mark. As you can see, those lap counters in an 800 metre event. We have lap counters for our athletes to double check that they're getting those numbers correct. And on the way back, they're breathing towards each other. So Logan continues to keep his kick going nice and consistent, whereas Darius is more of a stop-start kick based on that timing of his stroke. As he's finishing that stroke off, he tries to accelerate his kick a little bit. As we move through the 500 here, in a 5:40. So Darius still maintaining those 109s, as Logan is trying to hold on to his hips. Darius had an entry time of 8:59 with Logan at 9:01. So both of them had a very similar entry time. And it does look like Logan has made some ground on this 50 and closed it down again to just that sort of quarter of a body length as they go into the turn. But off the wall, Darius re-extends it once more. He's being able to use that push and glide. It's not so much the dolphins off the wall in an 800. It's making sure you're holding that nice, tight, streamlined position off the wall from that strong push. Each push needs to be like an explosive jump. So once again, as we approach the wall, Logan has reduced that margin down to a quarter of a body length as we go through and turn here at the 600. That 100, we did slip our speed out to about a 110. So we'll see. We've got 200 to go. The challenge now is, can you put the pressure on nice and early? Don't just wait to that last 50. Try and attack from as early as you can. And it does look like Logan is doing that. He's come up alongside Darius and has actually moved in front of him as we approach the 650 metre turn. So Logan is really trying to make his move here with 200 to go. And has extended out to a half a body length lead over Darius. As we start to work our way towards that final 100 and receiving the whistle. We'll see who can hold on to this speed through this last 100. So definitely picked up that speed. That was about a 108 100 from Logan Brandy. Again, though, Darius stronger off the wall and has come back up alongside Logan. And they're back going stroke for stroke in this last 100. Logan re-extends out slightly through the 50 as they approach this final turn. Darius has had the better of the turns through the whole 800. Will it be the same here on this last wall? He's added in some dolphins, Darius, on this last turn. He's come back up alongside Logan. Logan has now increased his stroke rate and gone to a 6-beat kick. And started to pull out to 3/4 of a body length lead as we approach the final 15 metres. It's been a great race between these two swimmers for the whole 800. But it does look like Youth is going to take it out here with Logan Brandy coming underneath the flags and touching a time of 9:05.53. Darius in second and Jack Moran in third. We're now going to move along to event 29, the women's 100 metre butterfly. We have 7 heats. Behind the blocks is heat 1. So a reminder, in our 100 metre events, our first 3 heats are our seeded heats. That means our fastest 30 athletes are spread evenly across those 3 heats, with the fastest swimmer being in heat 1, lane 4, second fastest in heat 2, lane 4, third fastest in heat 3, lane 4. Then you repeat that process in lane 5, 3, and so on. So our fastest qualifier and one of 2 athletes who has an entry time under the minute in lane 4 is Kayla Costa, a former Victorian who has moved up to the Gold Coast to swim at Southport Olympic. So Kayla Costa is going neck and neck with China from Japan over this opening 50. Kayla does touch first in a 28.28. And with those strong underwaters, extended her lead out to 3/4 of body length through the 75, with Giselle Davey sitting in third. Kayla Costa is now out to a body length and a half lead as she approaches her final 15 metres and comes under and touches in a 1:00.53. Ahead of China, with Alana Torrance just getting the touch ahead of Giselle Davey in that battle for third and fourth. Gabriella Peiniger from Southport Olympic, another one of our former Victorians who's moved to Queensland. Started strongly, but now taking over is Isabella Boyd from Nunawading. And Isabella Boyd will lead through this opening 50 in a nice quick 28.27. She was our other athlete who had an entry time sub-minute at a 59.71. So Isabella Boyd has a body length lead over a tight battle between Peiniger, Kim and Crosby. With 15 metres to go, Isabella Boyd just slowly extended that lead through this second 50. She's doing a really good job of maintaining that tempo, keeping that hips up, which is that challenge in the last 15 metres of 100 fly, and touches in a 1:00.68. So we've had 8 athletes at a 1:04.0 or faster. As we see that Tamsin Cook wasn't satisfied with just a 400 freestyle this morning, so she's back up again here, swimming in lane 3. So Tamsin teaching the younger athletes that it's good to be tough. It's amazing that now she's the most experienced athlete in this field at 24 years of age. But it will be through the turn here. Olivia Winsick from Carlisle, who leads and is out to about a half body length lead ahead of Tamsin Cook and our Slovenian competitor, Nisa Klinkar. But Olivia will take this third heat out in a time of 1:01.51, with Tamsin Cook showing no signs of fatigue from her 400, finishing really strongly to touch in second in a 1:02.10. So you would have to have swum a 1:03 to make that A final. As we move now on to our fourth heat. So our swimmers in these 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th heats are going to see the times posted from our seeded athletes, and we'll see how many they can knock off. While they might not be able to finish in the top 10, or maybe not the top 20, if they can sneak into that top 30 at the end of the day, that will be a good achievement. A lot of these athletes are trying to compete against their own personal bests, maybe trying to achieve a national qualifying time, as Courtney Mudge from Doncaster Templestowe leads through in a 29.97. So Courtney continues to lead with 25 to go. Also swimming well is Andrea Tolentino in lane 7 and Annabelle Jorgensen in lane 0 in third. Courtney Mudge will lead from start to finish though, and comes into touch, 1:05 6-7. That might be fast enough to squeeze into the B final. Nice strong swim there, taking a couple of seconds off her entry time. So we're underway here in Heat 5. With Alicia Clark in lane 1, leading through the first 25, just ahead of Clara Seidel in lane 3. So Alicia does touch first at the 50 in a 31.54. Strong underwaters from Clara Seidel and Stephanie Moran have closed the gap and now coming through in the middle of the pool. Corinne Tan. So Corinne Tan has now moved into the lead here and is extending her lead in this final 15 metres. Clara Seidel is finishing strongly as well and will touch in second, with Kiara Surawira in third in lane 0. Jessalyn Lim over in lane 0, really strong through that first 15 metres, but now moving through in lane 5 is Alana McDuff. So Alana McDuff has taken over the lead, just ahead of Jade King from Warrnambool in lane 8. Those two go into the wall together, with Chloe Millard in third. So those three continue to be stroke for stroke through this third 25. Jade King with a slightly slower tempo than the other two has moved just clear with 15 metres to go. But Chloe Millard is now starting to find another gear and looks like she's going to finish the strongest in lane 3 and gets a full stroke onto the wall and takes it out in a 1:08.05, which is over a second faster than her entry time. As we're going to now move along to our 7th and final heat. Kiara Jeffs from Yarra Plenty Waves led through the first 15, but it is nice and tight between both our Yarra Plenty Waves teammates and Talar Rush as we turn through all in a 31.3 to a 31.6 range in this 7th and final heat. All three of our athletes here had an entry times in the 1:10 range, so we'll see how close they can be to that time here. It does look like the Yarra Plenty teammates have pulled ahead slightly as we come to the 15 metres to go. And Kiara Jeffs finishing strongly and has pulled out to half a body length lead in this last 15 metres and touches in a 1:08.96. So we're now moving on to our 50-metre events, which today is our men's 50-metre butterfly. Got 10 heats of it. Lots of action. Strong start from Cameron Gray from New Zealand in lane 4. Had an entry time of 23.2 and is powering away here in this opening heat of the 50 butterfly. Not sure if we saw a breath there as we go through the whole 50 touches in a 23.77. Ahead of his teammate Christopher Elson, also from New Zealand. So 23.77 is the mark in this opening heat. You'll see a number of these athletes either going through the whole 50 without a breath or maybe one breath in these opening few heats. So this is another event that will have an A and B final tonight. So athletes looking to put themselves in the top 10. Will Yang in lane 4. Australian Dolphin. And lover of a sprint event in really any stroke is putting together a great 50 here. With Jack Carr in lane 5 also swimming well, but it is all William Yang. A little bit long on the wall, but takes it out in a 23.57. With Jack Carr in second. And Nicholas Layton, one of our multi-class athletes, in third. So Nicholas Layton swimming both the multi-class events as well as the able-bodied events. Just having a slight pause here as those athletes stand down from the blocks and get themselves set again. And another Australian Dolphin is up here with Isaac Cooper in lane. No, it does look like Isaac has decided not to swim this, but Aston Brinkworth from UWA West Coast is out to the lead in lane 5. Again, hasn't taken a breath yet. Does take one with 15 to go. That's probably the common spot to take your breath if you're going to take one for the 50. And nice full stroke on the wall, 24.69 to take this heat 3 out. With Nicholas Wu in second and James the winner in third. We're now moving on to our non-seeded heats. So these first 3, those first 30 athletes were seeded. As we move on to our non-seeded heats, with Lachlan Jacket Simpson a finalist in the 100 freestyle last night and a B finalist in the 50 backstroke in lane 4, and out to a strong start. Another one of our athletes that loves a sprint event. So Lachlan Jackett-Simpson and Elliot Rogerson, who's more known for his IM and distance freestyle, going neck and neck here in heat 4. And it is the sprint speed of Jackett-Simpson who gets it in 25.70. Just ahead of Elliot Rogerson in 25.80. So those times are probably going to put them in with a chance to sneak a spot in that A final tonight. Really strong start by Alexander Hillman here in heat 5. And Alexander continues to lead ahead of his Surrey Park teammate across the far side, George Huang. But it's still Alexander who's leading with 5 metres to go. Will he hold on? He's going to be a bit long on the wall. And being a bit long on the wall did cost him, with even Ethan Ravensdale getting the touch to take that heat out in a 27.10. So underway here in heat 6. Nice and even across the board. With Harry Heath just slightly making his way into the lead, but over in lane 0, Alexander Dalberg is also in with a chance to take this out, but it is Harry Heath in 27.30, 0.04 of a second ahead of the Alexander Dalberg. As we move now along to heat 7. In lane 4 we have Toby Callahan, who's been knocking off chunks of time in lots of different events over the past 12 months. So we'll see if he can knock a bit of time off his 50-metre butterfly. Can hear the body slapping going on behind the blocks. The kicking of the kicker as the swimmers stand up onto the blocks. Some of these habits and superstitions that these athletes have. As we're underway here in heat 7. And Oliver McKenzie from Surrey Park leads through the 25. But now making his move is Harry Heath. Not as old as some of the other athletes in this field, so probably not as powerful off the start. He's trying to use his swim speed to catch up. But it will be Oliver McKenzie who takes it out in a 27.26. As we now move along to heat 8. Strong underwaters in lane 4 from Lachlan McKenzie from New Zealand, and has got a body length clear of the field. So 27.92 entry time from Lachlan McKenzie. I'm going to hazard a guess we're going to be well and truly under that, as he comes underneath the flags and touches the wall in a 26.41. either hasn't swum the 50 butterfly for a while, or that time came from a 100 butterfly split, because that looked like a very impressive 50-metre performance there from Lachlan McKenzie, the 20-year-old from New Zealand. As we move along now to Heat 9. Even start across the field here in Heat 9, our second last heat of the men's 50-metre butterfly. If anything, Dane Schneider is slightly ahead as we come through 15 metres to go, but it's all going to be about getting those hands on the wall, landing on a full stroke, timing your finish. A little bit long on the wall down this side from Hunter Mace, cost him, with Dane Schneider getting the better of the finishes to touch first in a 28.06, just 0.04 of a second ahead of Mace Hunter, who was leading with 10 centimetres to go, but it was just a little bit long on that wall and had to float in. Really important, if you are long, to make sure you keep that head down, stretch tall, throw an extra kick in. As we're on our 10th and final heat. With Kiernan and Phillip, our 15-year-olds, on the outside of Brodie Matthews, our 20-year-old athlete. And it does look like the experience is paying off here. And Brodie Matthews from Melton will take out our 10th and final heat in a time of 28.51. We're now moving back to our World Para Series events for event 31, the women's 50-metre freestyle multi-class. We have 3 heats, and heat 1 is now behind the blocks. Underway here in Heat 1. A reminder for all our multi-class events, both our World Para Series and Victorian Open Championship events, that it's not necessarily first to the wall who is the winner, because those swimmers' times need to be compared against their classifications world record. Aurelia and Kira going neck and neck here in this opening heat, with Aurelia from Canada taking it out in 28.86. Kira Stevens, 29.15. Coming into touch there was Kissa, just ahead of Zhu. When Nikita Enns, our 34-year-old from Canada, moving under the final 5 metres for her 50 freestyle. And an entry time of 1:13.26 and touches the wall in a 1:06.66. So taking off a big chunk of time there in the 50 freestyle. Nikita was competing in the S3 classification. So our swimmers, once they've completed their swims, their times will be converted into a point score based on their classification world record. The more points you earn, the better, with 1,000 points being the world record for your classification. So the aim is to get as close to that world record as possible. You never know, maybe not this morning, but maybe tonight we might see a few athletes setting some world records. Aziano, another 33-year-old athlete. So we've got some experience here in our World Para Series events. An entry time of 27.85. Let's see how close you can be to that time in this morning's heat session. And touches first in 28.48. With Katarina in second from Canada. And from Singapore in third, Sophie Soon. So in lane 7, Ali Van Smart coming down with 7 metres to swim. We saw Ali earlier in the 100 breaststroke. This is the second of our World Para Series events on this morning's heat program. Ali has an entry time of 1:14.96 and touches the wall there in a 1:19.13. As we now are going to move along to our third and final heat in this World Para Series women's 50 freestyle. Another one of our Canadians who's swimming well here in lane 4. Ariana taking on her New Zealand competitor in the same classification, Gabrielle Smith. So these two teenagers are both S10 classifications. So that means it's a direct head-to-head race. First to the wall winner kind of situation. And Erin Knox, who finished third there, same thing. So they're all S10. So obviously Ariana is going to score the most points once that's been converted into the point scored. Coming into the wall now, Jordan Tucker, an S4 athlete from Canada. Touches the wall there in a 59.74, just a couple of seconds over her entry time. We're now moving on to our Victorian Open Championship edition of the women's multi-class 50 freestyle. We have 2 heats. So we'll be looking for our top 10 athletes to progress to tonight's final. Just like the World Para Series events, or all multi-class events, it's not the first to the wall. That is the winner. So we'll be looking for these swimmers to be times to be converted to that point score. So swimmers, are we competing to get as close to their personal best and their respective world records as possible? Cal Thompson, our teenager from the Sunshine Coast Grammar, is doing a great job here. Had an entry time of 29.15. And is going to touch the wall in a 29.52, so very close to that personal best. As Sarah Howe comes into touch in a 32.87 underneath her entry time, with Olivia Miller in third. You can look these results up online. Just like all the events, the results are being posted online or on a Meet Mobile. And that will have the official results in the order that the swimmers finished based upon their points classification. We're now moving on to Heat 2. Ashley McConnell, our 26-year-old from Melbourne Vic Centre in lane 4. Australian Dolphin and Paralympian. Doing a fantastic job. Ashley had an entry time of 30.36. We'll see how close she can be to that in this morning's heat session. Great Brimlow swimming well in lane 5 as well, with Evie Lee in lane 3. 32.11 for Ashley, with Grace touching in second, Evie in third, tight for fourth, with Amber just getting the touch ahead of Matilda. Our multi-class 50 freestyles are continuing now with our men's World Para Series 50 freestyle. Athletes getting ready behind the blocks. We have 3 heats. Plenty of experience in this opening heat, with our youngest athlete being 20 years old, all the way right up to Miguel from Spain in lane 1, who's getting closer to his 50th birthday than he is to his 40th. Oscar Stubbs, our S13 athlete from Australia in lane 4, is going to be first to the wall here. Oscar has an entry time of 24.90. Not going to be far off it in this morning's heats, touching 26.0. With Akito and Joshua not far behind. So Miguel, our S4 athlete from Spain, got 5 metres to go as he comes underneath the flags and finishes in a time of 47.93. About 3.5 seconds over his entry time. Our second heat sees some of our teenagers making an appearance, but again, relatively experienced, with our youngest athlete 17. So plenty of experience from our swimmers in these World Para Series events. With many Paralympians competing. So that first whistle was just for everyone to get near their starting position. That second whistle, that's the cue to hop on the blocks. As we're underway here in Heat 2. And it is Ricky Beta in lane 4, who's got a half body length lead over his fellow S14 athlete in Tyson McDonald. Also swimming well as Alex Safi, the 17-year-old S10 athlete from Australia. Ricky touches the wall first in 25.24. And making his way with 15 metres to go now is Jesus Hernandez, our 31-year-old swimmer from Mexico, who is an S4 classification. Had an entry time of 46.05 and comes into touch now in a time of 59.66. So we're now moving along to Heat 3, our third and final heat of our men's 50 freestyle multi-class World Para Series event. So Alexander Elliott, our 26-year-old from Canada, is going neck and neck with Timothy Hodge and Bailey Stewart from Australia over the final 15 metres of this 50 freestyle. It will be Alexander Elliott who touches first in a 26.41. Bailey Stewart in second, Timothy Hodge in third. Timothy's time 26.91, nearly 2 seconds faster than his entry time. I'm thinking that Timothy Hodge hasn't swum a 50 freestyle for a while, so I'm not sure he's done a 2-second PB today. Timothy is one of our Australian Dolphins. Who was our, and it was a Rio, sorry, not a Rio, a Tokyo Paralympian. As we're now going to move on to our Victorian Open Championship version of the multi-class men's 50 freestyle. We have 2 heats. In lane 4 in this opening heat is Nicholas Layton. We saw Nicholas earlier in the 50 butterfly, the able-bodied 50 butterfly, that is. And he's posting a nice fast time that's going to put him in the final for tonight. Now he's in the multi-class events. Nick's classification is an S15. His favourite event is the 50 butterfly, but he also puts together a good 50 freestyle. He has got an entry time of 24.26. Comes underneath the flags and touches the wall in a 24.26, exactly on his personal best, with Henry Hughes in second and Bo Matthews in third. So both Nicholas and Henry are S15 swimmers, with Bo Matthews an S9. So S15 swimmer means you've got a hearing impairment. If you'd like to know more about the classification system, you can check out the Swimming Australia website, and there's information there. It might seem a little complicated if you don't quite understand the first time you watch multi-class races, being it's not the first to the wall. But the more you watch it, the more you understand that all these athletes are essentially competing against their world record and trying to get as close to their world record as possible to earn as many points, because their time gets converted into a point score. That's a way that allows the athletes to compete across the different classifications evenly and fairly. Dylan Logan, another one of our S15 swimmers, is going to be first to the wall in this Heat 2 of the men's Victorian Open multi-class 50 freestyle, and touches in a 26.09, with Callum Simpson from Flinders in second and James Logan in third. So we're now moving on to the women's 100-metre backstroke. Yesterday we saw Kaylee McEwen swim the 100-metre breaststroke instead of her probably more favoured event in the 200-metre backstroke. Well, she is a 200-metre backstroke world record holder. So, but she's chosen to return to the backstroke events today in this 100-metre backstroke. So Kaylee always pulls up quite high on those starts and always gets off to a really good start. That one was probably quite conservative for her. She came up at sort of the 14.5-metre mark. Normally she's an athlete that comes up pretty much right on that 15-metre limit that you're allowed. So it's getting off to a strong start here, Kaylee, as she turns through the 50 in a 29.15. Just looked like she eats it up slightly from flags to the wall there. And seems to have really relaxed into this second 50. Probably not attacking it with 100% gusto. Swimming well in lane 3 is Alana Banks. And Zalika Pratt-Smith from New Zealand. Those two are having a battle for second and third in this heat, as Kaylee comes under the flags and touches in a 101.61. Alana Banks in second. Zalika in third. With Hope, our visitor from New Zealand, in fourth. As we are now moving along to Heat 2, as we just make a backstroke ledge adjustment in lane 3. Kaylee thought her job wasn't finished, so she went over and helped with that. Often the swimmers are the most practiced ones at those backstroke ledges and notice what's going wrong from in the water. Sometimes it's hard to see from our officials and our volunteer timekeepers up on the blocks when they get all tangled up. And I think that just shows the type of person that Kaylee is. Always willing to help out. So underway here in Heat 2. And Iona Anderson in lane 4, getting the best of the starts. Iona's entry time 1:00:39, so it's getting very, very close to cracking that magical minute mark in this 100 backstroke. Got a body length clear of the rest of the field, which are all nice and even as we turn through this 50 in a 30.28. So it's not going to be on for that minute swim in this morning's heat session, but it's nice, strong turn there from Iona, coming up at 12.5 metres. With Semra Olawani moving into second place. Semra has returned to Victoria in the past 12 months after spending the last 3 or 4 years in Queensland. But is Iona who's going to take this Heat 2 out in a 1:02.71 ahead of Semra, and in third place Jessica Wilson. So I've had 6 swimmers at that 1:05.3 or faster. So that's sort of, you want to be around that mark. to make sure you're safe for tonight's final here in this third and final of our seeded heats, with Olivia Lafoe getting out to that 15-metre mark off the start and moving out to a body length lead over Sasha Jones, with Mia Hollar sitting in third. So strong turn there from Olivia Lafoe. Is out to a 2 body length lead over Sasha Jones, with Mia Hollar and Emily Kearns. Nice tight battle for third. So Olivia Lafoe keeping that stroke rate up nice and high. Aggressive all the way into the wall, and comes in to take this third heat out in a 102.12. Not very far off her personal best. So really good heat swim there from Olivia, with Sasha Jones in second and Emily Kearns in third. As we move now along to heat 4. Getting the best of the starts is Tara Barnwell from Nuttawading in lane 7. It's now evened up through the first 35 metres, with Tara, Brooke, Mackenzie, Emily and Manor neck and neck, and also Kiara Jeffs in lane 0. So very tight here in heat 4, with 25 metres to swim. Only 2 body lengths between the entire field, as Emily Tulloch in lane 4 has now started to slightly extend over this second 50 and has pulled out to about a half body length lead, and will take this heat 4 out in a time of 1:08.81. Ahead of Mackenzie Hunter, who we saw earlier in the 400 freestyle. So heat 5 is now in the water. Stella Salamone in lane 4, pulling herself nice and high out of the water, but getting the best of the starts. Abby Lynn from Yeronga Park in lane 2. So Abby Lynn has just about a half body length lead over the rest of the field through this first 35 metres, and now starting to come strong in lane 5 and 6 is Bella Murchie and Chantel Underwood. So Bella Murchie and Chantel Underwood have moved into first and second, with Jade King in third in lane 0. Strong underwaters from Chantel Underwood. She's now cleared out to a half body length lead over the rest of the field, with Bella Murchie maintaining second place, Jade King holding on to third. So with 15 metres to go, Chantel Underwood continues to lead. Bella Murchie's trying to finish strongly, getting a little bit stuck on that lane rope in the last 15 metres. But will be Chantel Underwood who takes this heat out in a 109.14 ahead of Bella Murchie. And in third place, Grace Cox. So heat 6 underway here. Strong start from Eva Borkowski in lane 2 and Dakota Mathers in lane 8. Those two sit half a body length ahead of the other swimmers as we approach the 50-metre turn. Eva Borkowski will turn first through the 50 ahead of Dakota Mathers, and in third place, Zoe Schneider in lane 0. Dakota Mathers getting the best of the turns, and she came up alongside Eva Borkowski, but Eva's now using her swim speed to pull clear again through the 75, and now moving into it is Jacinta Guri in lane 3. So Eva Borkowski is still leading with 15 metres to go. Jacinta Guri has moved into second, with Dakota Mathers holding on to third. And it is Eva Borkowski who takes down to 109.81. A nice 1 second PB on her entry time there. As we move along to our 7th and final heat of the Women's Open 100-metre backstroke here at the Victorian Championships. So our final heat's underway. And a strong start by Kate Morrison in lane 2 from Furbank Aquastars. And Kate leads through the first 25. Just ahead of in lane 7, Amelia Kennedy. So Kate Morrison continues to lead as we approach the 50-metre turn here in heat 7, and turns first in a 34.08 with Amelia Kennedy in second. Starting to make her move through the middle of the pool now is Olivia Bartlett. Olivia Bartlett has come up alongside Kate Morrison, and also coming through is Celeste Ellis with Arabella Tomlinson. That side of the pool is a 4-way battle to take out the heat win. As we come under the flags, and on our last stroke, it is Celeste Ellis who takes down a 111.76. Taking off half a second from her personal best. We're now moving along to event 34, which is our men's 200-metre backstroke. We saw a number of these swimmers up earlier in the 200-metre individual medley, so they're backing up in the 200 backstroke. We have 5 heats. Behind the blocks is heat 1. In this opening heat, we have a couple of our Australian Dolphin swimmers with Joshua Edwards-Smith and Seabom Lee. Joshua Edwards-Smith made his debut for the Dolphins last year at the World Championships and also swam at the Commonwealth Games. With Seabom Lee making his debut the previous year at the Tokyo Olympics. So those swimmers came up at the 15-metre mark with Kazuki Nasu from Japan. I spoke earlier about Seabom's Lee as having a strong backstroke leg in his individual medleys. He has an entry time here of under the 2-minute barrier for his 200 backstroke. So anyone who can swim 200 backstroke sub 2 minutes is a very strong backstroker. With Joshua Edwards-Smith, who took out the Australian title last year, having an entry time of 1:55.42. So Joshua Edwards-Smith from Griffith University Swimming Club turns through this opening 100 in a 59.51. Does a good job staying nice and long under the water and comes up at the 14-metre mark. With Kazuki and Seabom Lee neck and neck in second and third. So Joshua Edwards-Smith looking nice and relaxed here in this morning's swim, keeping a steady, consistent tempo going, and obviously have a focus on strong underwaters as he turns through the 150-metre mark. Ahead of Kazuki and Seabom. Joshua Edwards-Smith's tempos try to pick it up just fractionally from that third 50 as he's pulled out to about a 2.5 bodily length lead as we approach that final 15 metres. Notice how nice and still his head is. Head doesn't move, sitting nice and high in the water as he comes into touch in a 2:01.07. With Kazuki Nasu in second and Seabom Lee in third. So again, we see a number of these swimmers who had earlier competed in the 200-metre individual medley. Will Sharp, Tyson Caddy, 2 of them. So we have a couple of our Australian Dolphins in this heat with Bradley Woodward and Brendan Smith. So Bradley's 200 backstroke is his main event. But swimming well in this opening 50 is Andrew Jeffcoat from New Zealand. And it is going to be Andrew Jeffcoat who leads ahead of Bradley Woodward in a 27.95. Brendan Smith more knowing for his individual medley swims, but he's focusing on the 200 metres of each stroke at this meet. We'll see him later today in the Tour de Freestyle. Now he's doing his Tour de Backstroke. Brendan Smith was our bronze medalist in the 400-metre individual medley at the Tokyo Olympics. As we turn through the 100, it is still Andrew Jeffcoat leading Bradley Woodward. Both of those under the minute, with Brendan Smith just on the 1:00.90. Will Sharp, who we saw earlier in that 200-metre individual medley, is in 4th through that first 100. So it is a Commonwealth battle here in Heat 2, with Andrew Jeffcoat just leading ahead of Bradley Woodward. as they turn with 50 to go. Bradley Woodland has accelerated in this last 50. Looks like he's trying to put the pressure on. We might see a time close to that 2-minute mark here. They're at that 1:29.9 at the 150. And Bradley looks like he's really tried to accelerate in this last 50 as he comes underneath the flags and touches in a 2:00.21 with Andrew Jesscote in second and Brendan Smith in third. I do feel for our Will Sharp and Tyson Caddy, who both were backing up from that 200 individual medley. Looks like that stung a little bit. 200s in a morning session is always quite tough. As we move along to heat 3. Uma Udu from Japan has an entry time of a 157.10. So the third of our athletes that had an entry time, fourth of our athletes that had an entry time under the 2-minute mark. Swimming in lane 4 and does lead through this opening 35 metres. Just relaxed after a strong start, relaxed that tempo and turns through in a 28.49. Strong underwaters and extending his lead over Stuart Swinburne in lane 5, just through that Dolphins under the water. Lewis Blackburn from St Andrews in Queensland is sitting in third place and is moving up to second place during this 50. But Yuma goes through the 100-metre turn now in a 58.94. He's got about a body length and a half lead now. Again, strong underwaters coming up at that 14-metre mark. And just is gradually just extending that lead as we go through this third 50. Being very soft on the legs at the moment. Similar to how you see sort of a Mitch Larkin swim his backstroke events. It's like keeping that tempo up on his arms and soft on that legs. And then obviously the aim on this last 50, we'll see if he can try and bring a little bit more legs into it. So again, he really works those underwaters. Got a bit stuck on the lane rope as he came up there. He's trying to straighten up, but swimming right on the lane rope in this last 50. Yuma out to 2.5 body length lead now, with Stuart Swinburne in second, ahead of Lewis Blackburn in third. Yuma comes underneath the flags and takes heat 3 out in a 2:02.42, with Stuart Swinburne second and Lewis Blackburn in third. I think that 2:07.1 mark might be what you require to put yourself in the top 10 athletes for tonight's A final. There is going to also be a B final of this event as our swimmers in heat 4 enter the water. Harvey Lark in lane 4 from Melbourne Vic Centre. It's really strong on those underwaters and he's used that to pull out a lead that is extended through this opening 35 metres of this 200 backstroke. So Harvey Lark goes into that first 50 turn and turns in a 30.16. Harvey has an entry time of 2:16.12. So with a 30 point is a really good opening 50. Now the aim is to try and keep that pressure on and keep that tempo up in this second 50. Harvey has his teammate Cam Trudakis alongside him, and those two have started to clear out from the rest of the field. Harvey having the body length lead over Cam, who's a body length lead over the rest of the field. Turns through in a 1:03.40, so 33-second 50. Now we'll see if Harvey can maintain that tempo and post another 33-second 50 here on this third 50. If he does that, he's well on his way to a big PB. So Harvey's continuing to extend his lead. He's out to almost a 2 body length lead over Cam Trudakis in this third 50, with Lewis G in third. So did manage to swim another 33-second 50 there, so really strong middle 100. Let's see if he can maintain that speed here from Harvey, and how close can he go to swimming a sub 2:10. So really good swim from Harvey. He's just continuing to extend his lead as he's been able to maintain that pressure that he established right from the start, and has continued to keep that stroke rate up nice and high. Heads has remained nice and still. 5 metres to go here, coming under the flags. Just misses out on going sub 2:10, but a 2:10.91. Really good swim. Cam Trudakis in second, and Callum Lockhart in third. So that swim of 2:10 from Harvey Lark should put him into the B final for this evening. As we move along to our 5th and final heat of the men's 200-metre backstroke here at the Victorian Open Long Course Championships. So strong start from Harrison James from New Zealand. In lane 4, Brady Tomlinson from Wales Otters is swimming in lane 3, and Logan Brandy, who we saw earlier in the 800 freestyle, is swimming in lane 5. So Harrison James leads through in a 31.19. So Logan's doing a fantastic job to back up from his 800 freestyle about an hour and a half ago. So all three of these swimmers had entry times 2:20.8 to 2:21.4. So we'll see how, if any of them can go sub 2:20 as we turn through the 100. And Harrison James turns first in a 1:06.26, giving himself a chance, with Brady Tomlinson in second and Logan Brandy in third. So Harrison has continued to extend his lead here in this third 50, keeping his tempo up, wants to try and keep his feet up a little bit higher in the water. They're just getting a little bit low as we start to get fatigued through this third 50. The higher we sit in the water, the less resistance we have, the easier it is to maintain speed. Doing a good job there, still getting out to 8 metres off that final turn. Has given himself a chance to swim under that 2:20 mark. He's kept that kick going nice and strong. He's trying to keep his hips up. He's trying to keep that tempo going in this last 25 when your legs feel like they're burning, your arms don't want to move anymore. 15 metres to swim. And it does look like he's going to do a big personal best and swim well under that 2:20 mark, and comes into touch in a 2:17.54. Strong second 100 from Logan Brandy, as you expect from an 800-metre swimmer. Comes into touch in second, with Brady in third. We're now moving on to event 35, the women's 200-metre breaststroke. We have 5 heats. On the blocks is heat 1. So this is one of our sibling battles I spoke of earlier. One of our recent Australian Dolphin debutantes, Michaela Smith, is in lane 4. She made her debut in this very event at the Victorian, at the World Short Course Championships that were held in December at this very pool. She's taking on her younger sister here, Idell Smith, as they turn through the opening 50. And it is older sister who just leads. So Michaela has recently moved to the Griffith University Swimming Club. Obviously a Victorian by birth. She moved up to Queensland about 18 months ago, and in the past 12 months has moved over to Griffith University to swim with her brother. But now younger sister is making a move here in this second 50. And Riddell is going to lead through the 100 in a 1:14.76, ahead of Michaela, with Charlie Millard in third. So 200 breaststroke is one of those tougher events on the programs. All the 200s are tough, but in that third 50, those forearms are starting to burn. It's really important you keep your length in your stroke, which Riddell's doing a really good job, as she's extended the lead slightly over her older sister as we turn through the 150-metre mark. So the two sisters are within a body length of each other in this last 50. But it does look like younger sister is going to take out the opening heat here. I'm sure Michaela might have something to say about that tonight in the final. As we come under the 15-metre rope. Now we've got 5 metres to go. Really good swim here, and touching in the 2:34.75 with Michaela in second and Charlie Millard in third. So we saw Kaylee McEwen up earlier in the 100 backstroke. She's now swimming her not as favoured 200-metre breaststroke. Her sister was more known as the 200 breaststroker in the family. But she does put together a very good 200 breaststroke, which is one of the reasons why she's such a strong individual medley swimmer. Kaylee does lead ahead of Zoe Deacon in this opening 50. We saw Kaylee swim a 1:06 last night in the final of the 100-metre breaststroke, which is pretty close to a world-class time in a 100 breaststroke. So she's clearly got some breaststroke form. She probably does swim her breaststroke a bit more like a medley swimmer, a bit more trying to work on that efficiency and driving forward, whereas some of our more natural breaststrokers often come up a little bit higher in their breaststroke, as Kaylee turns in a 1:11.62 ahead of Zoe. and Taylor Viney in third. So Kaylee continues to extend her lead over Zoe Deacon in this second 100. She's out to about a 7 or 8 metre lead now. And look at the length she's still able to get in this third 50. Driving forward, off each kick. She probably could afford to be a little bit tighter out in front as we stretch us forward, which no doubt she's probably working on. And as soon as those feet have come together, she's onto her pull. So there's always something moving her forward. As she moves into the final 25. And it continues to extend that lead. Now it's out to 10 metres as she comes underneath the flags and is going to take heat 2 out in a time of 2:29.76. A nice strong heat swim there. Considering she had an entry time of a 2:27. So really strong heat swim there. Zoe Deacon in second in a 2:37 with Taylor Viney in third. Judging by Kaylee's body language, that one stung a little bit. As a 200 breaststroke should. As we are underway in our third of our seeded heats. Kamoti in lane 4. Is another one of our athletes who has an entry time under that 2:30 mark. But it is Madeline Horvath, who's our early leader in lane 6. Just ahead of her teammate from Nunawading, Taylor Odell, in lane 3. But the opening 4 athletes are all together through this first 50. With it being Taylor Odell and Zalika Pratt-Smith from New Zealand, who touched equal first. So Taylor Odell continues to swim well with Kamoti and Zakita. As we move through to the 100-metre turn, and is Kamoti, who's now moved into the lead, turning in a 1:14.04. And strong split stroke off that wall, coming up at that 10-metre mark, as now looking like she's really trying to accelerate in this third 50. And then gradually extend her distance over second and third place. Kamoti is keeping that stroke nice and long, really driving off those legs, being tall and tight in her upper body as she comes through this 150-metre turn. With Zalika in second and Taylor in third. So with 25 metres to go, Kamoti has moved out to a 2.5 body length lead and is not going to be far off that 2:30 mark here in this morning's heat session. As she comes underneath the flags and into the wall to touch in a 2:31.95 to take out heat 3. And so that mark of sort of that 2:41 is what's been required to qualify for the A final tonight. As we move along to Heat 4, we'll see if any of these swimmers can put themselves in a position to qualify for the B final. If any of these swimmers qualify for the A final, it's going to be a huge PB. As we're underway here in Heat 4. Jessica Proudlock and Lucy Roberts in lane 8 and 9, starting nice and strongly. And with Jessica Proudlock continuing that speed to lead through that first 25. And now her teammate, Sophia Hogg, is also moving up. So it will be a Tiger Sharks 1-2 through this opening 50, with Sophia Hogg leading ahead of Jessica Proudlock. Sophia led through there in a 37.09. Starting to make her move now from Surrey Park in lane 6 is Darby Wilkes. And she's come alongside the Tiger Sharks teammates and Lucy Roberts. Those four have about got a body length clear of Ava Richardson, who's sitting in 5th. It will be Darby Wilkes who turns first to the 100 in a 1:21.04. Getting out in that 1:21 speed is giving these swimmers a chance to post that personal best time. Their personal best times range from a 2:51 to a 2:55 here. So if they can maintain that speed that they've established in this opening 100, they're a chance to set a personal best time. So Darby's extended that lead out to 3/4 of body length over Lucy Roberts and Sophia Hogg in this third 50. So she turns through first at the 150 with Lucy Roberts in second and Sophia Hogg in third. So turning through into 2:05. If we can hold this last 50 under 45, we're a chance to break that 2:50 mark. So doing a good job here, Darby, of keeping that stroke nice and long, finishing a kick-off before she starts her next stroke as she makes her way underneath the flags, and is a chance here to swim under that 2:50 mark and do a big PB, and touches in a 2:49.87. So big PB, a 4-second PB there. So well done, Darby, taking out Heat 4. So just our two athletes here in our 5th and final heat. Kate Lewina in lane 3 from MLC Aquatic. And in lane 5, Olivia Flight from Yarra Plenty Waves. Both of our swimmers here have entry times of 2:56. As we approach the 50-metre turn. And it's Olivia who turns first in a 38.84. Both doing a really good job of keeping their stroke nice and long in this second 50. as they're going neck and neck through the 75-metre mark of this 200 breaststroke. So still neck and neck, Olivia and Kate, nothing between them as we approach the 100-metre turn. It's now Kate's turn to lead as she touches in 1:23.65, just under half a second ahead of Olivia. So this one about a 45-second 50 there, or 44-second 50. So we'll see if they can maintain that 44-second speed in this third 50. This is the hardest one to maintain that speed if you're doing it 200 metres. It's very easy to let it slightly slip off that pace. As Kate Weiner is now extended out to a body length lead as she comes through this 150-metre turn into 2:07.62. So again, she swam a 43-second 50 there. So that's a really good second and third 50 from Kate. We'll see if she can maintain that speed in this last 50. If she does, she's looking like she'll post a strong PB. She's got 15 metres to swim. Keeping that tempo up nice and high as she's trying to get everything out of it in this last 15 metres. Driving off those legs, squeezing tall, then straight onto that next stroke. She comes into touch in a 2:52.76, taking 3.5 seconds off her entry time. And we're now moving along to event 36, the men's 100-metre breaststroke. We have 6 heats of our men's 100-metre breaststroke. Behind the blocks is heat 1. In lane 4, we have Australian Dolphins, Samuel Williamson. Sam made his debut on the Australian team at the Commonwealth Games last year. Adam Selwood from Melbourne Propulsion, starting strongly and leads through the first 35. Adam turns first at 29.75, ahead of Louis Ainley, with Samuel Williamson in third. Adam Selwood continues to lead here, but Samuel Williamson's starting to make a move in this second 50. He's upped his stroke rate, still trying to get good distance out of his stroke. When he's upping his stroke rate, he's coming up alongside Adam. It's all going to be about the touch. And Adam takes that in a 1:03.13, ahead of Sam and Louis Ainley in third. In lane 4, we have Joshua Young, another one of our breaststrokers who debuted on the Commonwealth Games team last year. Both him and Sam broke that magical minute mark at the Commonwealth Games. And Joshua leads through this opening 50 in a strong time of 28.89. So a decent amount faster than that opening heat. Let's see what Josh has got for us in this second 50. Keeping his stroke rate nice and high. You can see he finishes off his kick, and as soon as his feet come together, that's when he starts his next pull. So he's got 10 metres to go and is under the flags and touches in a 1:00.77. So nice strong heat swim there from Josh. With Yuta, our visitor from Japan, touching in second. As we move along to heat 3. So we saw Calvin Reid earlier in the 200 individual medley. Now back to his more favourite 100 breaststroke. He's off to a strong start with Woolrich from New Zealand in lane 3. Those two are going neck and neck through this opening 50 and touch and turn, with Calvin leading at 30.18. So not quite as fast as the first heat. And obviously Joshua Young was a fair way ahead in that second heat. Calvin marginally ahead as they're in time as over this final 15 metres. Those two are 3/4 of body length clear of the field. But Calvin has just slightly extended his lead in this second 50 and takes this third heat out in a 1:04.53. And both of those swimmers should be safely through to the A final tonight. As we move along to heat 4. Nice and even across the field here in heat 4. Now making his move in lane 8 is Harry Heath. We saw Harry earlier in the 50 butterfly. Harry leads through in a 32.61, ahead of Dane Schneider from Ballarat Gold. A strong turn in lane 6 from Braden Wilson has moved him up alongside Harry Heath and is now moved ahead, with Brian Zeng also starting to challenge. It's still a race in about 5 or 6 as we've got 10 metres to go here. Braden Wilson is holding on to that lead he established off the turn, and it comes down to the touch, and he does hold on for the heat win, but also pulling up alongside him was Harry Heath. They both touched the wall in a 1:09.32. So a PB from Harry there, and just over his PB from Braden. So good to see some more swimmers under that 110 mark. As we're underway here in heat 5. Strong start from Angus McLaren in lane 0. Also swimming well from Haileybury is Ryan Walker in lane 7. Those two lead through this first 25, with Ryan Walker now taking over from Angus McLaren, and in third, Jewei Zhang. At the 50-metre turn, it is Angus McLaren who touches first in a 32.12, just ahead of Ryan Walker. Now starting to make his move is Tyler Moxham in lane 6. Tyler has now moved into the lead in here in heat 5. Really strong second 50 from Tyler. Tyler had an entry time of 1:10.42. And the Western Melbourne propulsion swimmer is going to take this heat out in a 1:09.96, so cracking that 1:10 mark. And is Matteo Pullen, who takes out our 6th and final heat. Another swimmer who clocked a time under the 1:10 for the first time there with a 1:09.70. We're going to move along to event 37 now, our women's 50-metre freestyle here at the Victorian Open Long Course Championships. Our Slovenian athlete, Nisa Klankar, leads through this opening 25 in lane 4, ahead of Semra Olawani and Amy Crosby from New Zealand. Amy Crosby is having a strong second 25, but it is going to be Nisa who touches the wall first in a 26.08, ahead of Amy Crosby and Semra Olawani. Strong underwater dolphins there from Olivia Wernch. And she comes up in front in lane 4. Chloe Rowe-Hagens is also swimming well in lane 5. But Olivia has this heat in control and has pulled out to almost a 3/4 of a body length lead as she takes it out in a 25.84. With Georgia Prendergast in second, ahead of her team, some Andrew's teammate in third. Really strong underwater dolphins there from Elise Woods, who's swimming at Miami in Queensland, another former Victorian who used to train in this very pool. So Elise continues to lead, but Isabella Boyd's coming right up alongside her as they go underneath the flags with 5 metres to go, stroke for stroke, and it is Isabella Boyd who takes out heat 3, 26.48. With Holly Neville in third. Even across the field here in heat 4. With Nazia from Surrey Park in lane 5. Starting to extend on the rest of the field and is out by just about a stroke length as we come underneath the flags. And Nazia will take this heat out in 27.77 with Alicia Clark in second and Neve Longmire in third. Strong swim here from Emrabelli Thorpe from Kenya. She leads through the first 25 with Holly Winkles in lane 9. And also swimming well in lane 4 is Zoe Deacon. Tight on the wall, but it is Zoe Deacon who takes it out in 27.84. Backing up from her 200 breaststroke earlier. With Holly in second and Bella Murchie in third. So heat 6 is in the water now. And in lane 5, Stephanie Moran is putting a good swim together, as well as Victoria McKenzie in lane 7. Tiffany Lamb in lane 9 is also in a chance to take this heat out as it comes down to the touch. And it will be Stephanie Moran in lane 5, 28.29. As we move along to heat 7. Anna O'Reilly in lane 5. Probably missed the start a little bit compared to the rest of the heat. Swimming well in lane 4. Annabelle Jorgensen, and it does look like Annabelle Jorgensen's going to finish in second place, because down in lane 9, is Samantha Roach going to hold on? No, it is Annabelle Jorgensen who touches Samantha Roach out, with Charlize Sticklebrook in third. So we had swimmers from everywhere there. Lane 4, lane 9 and lane 0 taking in our places in heat 7. Chantel Underwood, strong Dolphins in lane 9, and she leads through that 15-metre mark and has maintained that lead through the 25-metre mark. So Chantel Underwood leads through the 35-metre mark, and she's going to lead this one from start to finish. It's a very good swim from Chantel, touching the wall in a time of 27.88. Well under her entry time of 28.76, but I think she hasn't swum a 50 freestyle for a while. I reckon that's probably closer to somewhere near her personal best than what her entry time was. As we move along to heat number 9. Really strong dolphins from Isabella Simons from Bendigo East. So Isabel continues to lead, but now finished coming up strongly is Jessalyn Lim in lane 8. And Jessalyn Lim has moved into the lead with 5 metres to go, but coming strongly in lane 4 on the finish is Alyssa Lever, who takes it out in a 28.55. As we move now onto our 10th and final heat. Alice Evans, and a little bit slow off the block, but who's shot off the block is Hannah Wagner in lane. No, sorry, it's not Hannah Wagner. We've got a miss. Sienna Stone in lane 9. Sienna Stone, I'm not sure if she missed a swim in another heat, but not on my program, but absolutely romped it in a 28.25. With Donald in second, Rose Donald in second. As we're moving along to event 38 now, the men's 200-metre freestyle. We have 7 heats. So out strongly in lane 6 is Yu Junbin from Japan. He's going to lead through this first 50 with Matthew Gallia. They both turn in a 25 points. So that's nice speed in the opening 50 for your 200. Matthew's continuing to keep the pressure on and has moved into the outright lead of this heat as we approach the 100-metre turn. Matthew leads ahead of you with Lev Maskaruskin moving into third. So Matthew Gallia in lane 3 has just gradually increased his lead as this 200 has gone on over Yu Jinping. As he approaches the 150-metre turn, and he turns through in a 122.2. Yu's trying to bring the legs in to reduce that margin to Matthew, but it is still Matthew who continues to lead and is going to take this opening heat out as he's got 15 metres to swim. There's a nice strong swim here from the 21-year-olds, and he comes in at a 150.67, which is faster than his entry time. So that heat set sort of set the standard, and now we'll see what heat 2 and heat 3 can respond with. As mentioned earlier, Brendan Smith's focusing on the individual 200-metre events of the strokes this week. He's swimming in lane 4. He was a member of the 4x200 freestyle relay team at the World Short Course Championships here in Melbourne last year. He's swum in the heats. So through that first 50, it is William Petrick who leads in a 26.46. In lane 8, Hamish McLuhan is putting together a really good opening 100 and taking it up to the boys in the middle of the pool. So it's 7 across the field here as they turn through the 100, with Ryan Wilkes leading in a 55.55. So who can put the speed on in this third 100? Can't sit and wait for that last 50. Need to try and start to put some pressure on in this third 50. As some of our swimmers are up to their third 200 of the day here. Ryan Wilkes turns through in a 124.46. But now Will Petrick is coming back at him in this final 50. And here comes Brendan Smith. We know Brendan finishes really strong at the back end of his IMs. And he's really storming through in this last 50. It does look like he's going to get over the top of them, but Will Petrick's responding. They're eyeballing each other underneath the flags. It's all about hand on the wall. And it's Wilkes who gets a touch in a 152.92. Ahead of Brendan Smith by 0.01 of a second, and only 0.03 of a second further behind Will Petrick. So nice tight battle for those three swimmers, with Edward Smith in 4th, who we saw earlier in that 200 backstroke. As we move along now to heat 3. So Wesley Roberts from Sopak swimming in lane 4. We often see Wesley swimming for, I think it's the Cook Islands when it comes to international competitions. Again, nice and even across the field with Keigo Imarura leading through this first 50. Ahead of Stuart Swinburne. We saw Stuart Swinburne earlier in the 200-metre backstroke. And they turned first in 53.90. And now Cameron Bladen is starting to work through the field in this second 100. We saw Cameron swim in the 200-metre individual medley as well. He's put together a really strong third 50 and has moved out to a half body length lead as we approach the 150-metre turn. Now Wesley Roberts is trying to make a bit of a move in the middle in lane 4, but Cameron Bladen has just continued to extend that lead in this final 50 and has pulled out to a body length and a half lead with 15 metres to go. And is going to take heat 3 out. Going to be very close to going sub 150. It's a 150.10. So I think we've had 8 swimmers under the 153 mark. So 8 swimmers under the 153. So I think it's a 153.4 is currently sitting in 10th after the opening 3 heats. Really strong underwaters from our Japanese swimmer Sukuta Hauka as he leads in this opening 50 ahead of Xander Coates from Nunawading. Suta turns first in a 26.85 with Xander Coates in second. So they've sort of settled down in their rhythm a little bit here. So it's really important in this 200 you don't get too comfortable. It's a race that goes for hopefully for these swimmers all less than 2 minutes. So you need to be nice and positive, nice and aggressive. As Xander Coates takes over the lead and turns through in a 56.94. Connor Hayes has now moved into 3rd place from Doncaster Templestone in lane 3, and he's looking to try and make some ground on our 2 leaders in this 3rd 50. Also swimming well in lane 9 is Xavier Purcell. Xavier Coates will continue to lead at the 150 metre turn as he turns through in a 1:27.89. Strong turn and has extended his lead off that final wall. Xavier had an entry time of a 1:58.26. So if he can keep that speed on, he's a chance to swim a personal best here. He's really accelerated away from the field in this last 50. Moving into 2nd place is Xavier Purcell down here in lane 9. But it will be Xander Coates who takes this heat out in a 1:56.56. Xavier Purcell in 2nd, and 3rd place all the way over the far side was Cameron Riccini. As heat 5 is now in the water. Sebastian Christie Crane, who was a B finalist last night in the 50 backstroke, off to a strong start alongside Felix Dressel de Bruin. And it is Felix who leads ahead of Sebastian through that 50 metre turn in a 27.02. So Felix is really working on making sure he's keeping that kick going nice and strong. And he's pulled out to almost a 3/4 of the body length lead over Sebastian Christie Crane, with Yash in 3rd. So Felix leads ahead of Sebastian with Yash Patke in 3rd. The battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th is nice and tight. So it's really important that these boys have it attacking 3rd 50. And it does look like Yash is trying to do that. He's drawn up alongside Sebastian Christie Crane in 2nd, with Felix Dressel de Bruin pulling out to a body length and a half lead as he turns through in a 1:28.78. Sebastian Christie Crane just holds on to 2nd ahead of Yash Patsky as we move into this final 50. It is going to be Felix Dressel de Bruin who takes this heat out. The battle for 2nd is getting tight between Sebastian, Yash, and now moving into contention is Joshua Wilkinson. So it is Felix Dressel de Bruin who takes heat 5 out in a time of 1:59.46. 2nd place, nice and tight, but it is Sebastian Christie Crane who holds on ahead of Joshua Wilkinson in 3rd. As we move on to heat 6. Cooper Sutherland in lane 1 was our best starter here in heat 6 and continues to lead through this 35 metres. So all our swimmers in this heat had entry times the 102 to 104 range. So we'll see how many of them can post a PB. Nice strong start there by Cooper. Getting out in a 27.16 is giving himself every chance to do just that. You can see Cooper's doing a fantastic job of keeping that kick going nice and strong while remaining nice and loose and relaxed with his strokes. Moving into second place from MLC is Toby Callahan. So Cooper Sutherland leads through the 100. With Toby Callahan in second and Jesse Phillips in third. So Cooper Sutherland maintains his lead, but Toby Callahan is starting to reduce that margin, and then the battle for third is really tightening up. So Cooper Sutherland turns in a 1:29.86. Is holding on Toby Callahan in that battle for the heats win here in heat 6. With in third place now is Joshua Tulloch, just ahead of Jesse Phillips. As we come underneath the flags, it's Toby Callahan who's swum over the top in that last 50 to touch first in a 2:02.63, just ahead of Cooper Sutherland by less than 0.1 of a second. With Taylor Moxon getting up for third. As we move on to our 7th and final heat. We just have the one swimmer in the water, Jack Gibson. So just Jack Gibson in the water. So it's really important that Jack just focuses on what his race plan was, regardless of who is not around him, as he turns through in a 27.58. So Jack had an entry time of a 2:04.21. So hitting that 27.58 speed, that's going to give him a chance to swim around his personal best. So he's keeping his kick nice and strong here in this second 50 as he now works through the 100-metre turn in a 57.99. So he's swum a 30.4 in that second 50. If he can maintain that, he's on for a huge personal best. So we'll see how close he can do to these 30 points in this third and fourth 50. So he's maintained his breathing every two, keeping that kick going nice and strong as he's coming towards the 150-metre turn. Just a bit of a double breath into that turn, and turns into 1:29.99. So that was a 32-second 50. So dropped off a second and a half from that second 50. We'll see if he can maintain the speed. As we move into the final 15 metres. He's coming underneath the flags, getting his head down into the wall, and touches in a 2:02.10. So nice 2-second PB there from Jack. We're now moving back to our World Para Series events for event 39, the women's 100-metre freestyle multi-class. underway here in Heat 1. We have 3 heats of this women's 100-metre freestyle World Para Series event. So we have a number of classifications here that are relatively close to each other, with our S11 through S9 in our centre lanes. That's why we're seeing some tighter battles, as well as our S14 in lane 6. So Emily Beecroft in lane 5. There's another one of our Australian Dolphins, and she's put on a strong performance with Aurelia Rivard from Canada in lane 4. Had an entry time under the minute. Looked like a fairly comfortable swim there, touching in a 1:02.86. With Emily Beecroft in second, Gabriella Smith in third. A reminder for those new to multi-class events, it's not the first to the wall that is the winner. It's the swimmer who scores the most points based on their classification's time. So your time is converted into a point score based off the world record for your classification, and the highest point scores are the winners, or in this morning's heat session will progress to the finals. In lane 7 we have Ali Van Wyck Smart. She's making her way towards that 75-metre mark. Ali had an entry time of 2:37.28, and she's an S3 swimmer from Canada. For those new to the classification system, for our physical athletes with a physical impairment, the lower the number is the greater the impairment. As we move under the false start rope with 15 metres to swim, Ali's doing a good job of keeping that tempo up with her arms. You've noticed it's been nice and consistent for this last 25, keeping that tempo up nice and strong as she comes under the flags. A couple of metres to go and into the wall to touch in a 2:41. Our Heat 2 athletes are now behind the blocks. Ayona Tashikuki from Japan, starting strongly in lane 4, with Paige Leahart going alongside her. As you'll notice, as they go through the turn, they will try and work those walls. Strong dolphin kicking, coming up with speed. Our swimmer in lane 2, Katarina Roxon, you'll notice had a assistant there tapping her on the head with her, Sophie Soon with her S12 classification in lane 2. There's a visual impairment. You'll notice that again at the finish in lane 2, as touching first in this heat is Paige, and she touches in a 1:02.93, which is a couple of seconds faster than her entry time. So it's a nice swim there by Paige. As Sophie Soon has come into the wall, so her assistant there is just going to give her a tap on the head, and they'll have planned that in training. So that tap means she's 3 metres out from the wall, so that she'll know how to judge her finish and know where the wall is. And swimming in lane 1, Son Hong He from China is our S5 swimmer, comes into touch there in a time of 1:37.01. As our athletes from Heat 2 results are now being displayed on the screen as they clear the pool and make the way for Heat 3. So Kira Stevens in lane 5, off to a really strong start. Another one of our Australian Dolphins. She's got 3/4 of body length lead over Jade Lucy as they go through that opening turn in a 31.41, with Jade doing a really good job flags to the wall there to reduce the margin to Kira. Kira opened it back up underwater, and we'll see if it closes again during this second 50 of swimming. So Kira's started to extend that lead in this second 50 of the swim, is out to a body length lead as she comes underneath the flags down to the wall to touch in a time of 1:05.26. Jade in second, with McKinley in third. Our swimmer in lane 2, Nikita Enns, is now making her way past the 65-metre mark. Nikita is an S3 swimmer from Canada. So this being a freestyle race, swimmers are actually allowed to do whatever style they like. Different classifications across the strokes have different modifications that they're allowed to make to the certain strokes that compared to an able-bodied swimmer. So you'll notice some of the swimmers in different strokes, you might not quite recognise that stroke. That they're allowed to certain different modifications that our technical officials will be watching for. But it's a freestyle race, you're allowed to complete that how you'd like. Nikita choosing to do it on her back and touching the wall in a 2:21.84 to take 5 seconds off her entry time. We're now moving along to event 139, the women's 100-metre freestyle multi-class Victorian Open Championship event. So we saw Kale in our earlier swimming a strong swim in her 50 freestyle and is putting together a really good swim in the 100 freestyle here. Kale is a S14 swimmer from Sunshine Coast Grammar Swimming Club. He's got 15 metres left to swim, doing a really good job of keeping that kick going nice and strong all the way into the wall. Bit of a sneaky breath under the flags there as she touches in a 104.50, which is a personal best time. Nice tight battle for second, and it is Jasmine who just gets that touch ahead of Sarah, with Sarah's time nearly a 3-second PB, so well done, Sarah. So we're now going to move along to Heat 2 of the women's 100-metre freestyle multi-class Victorian Open Championship event. So these swimmers are competing for a place in this evening's final. The top 10 athletes will qualify for the final this evening. Strong underwaters from Montana, and she has established a nice lead through this opening 15 metres and has continued to extend that through the 25, with Holly Warren and Grace Brimlow having a nice battle for second. So Montana is an S14 swimmer, with Holly an S7 swimmer and Grace an S8 swimmer. So all three of those swimmers are competing against a different time. Remember, those times they're competing against their world record classification times, which will then be converted into a point score, with the top 10 point scores getting a spot in the final for tonight. The more points you earn, the better. As Montana does a really good job, keeps her head down from well before the flags, comes into touch in a 105.92. Grace is going to touch the wall in second in this heat in a 114.55, just over her personal best, with Holly in third in a 117.43, just under her personal best. So well done, Holly, there. Good swim. And Evie Lee smashing her personal best in lane 2, taking off about 5 seconds. And Sienna Duncan also matching that with a 5-second PB there in lane 7. Our next event is event 40, the men's 100 metre freestyle multi-class World Para Series event. We have 3 heats. Underway here in Heat 1. Really strong underwaters in lane 5 from Nicholas Bennett from Canada. Nice even race here between lane 4, 3 and 2 with Riley, Joshua and Darren all going neck and neck through this opening 50. But it is Nicholas Bennett who's a long way in front in this opening heat. Nicholas had an entry time of 54.07. We'll see how close he can go to that as he comes under the flags and into touch in a 53.61. So nice PB there. Tight for second. And Joshua Alford getting the touch just ahead of Riley Moore, with Darren Dwyer also going under the minute. So 4 swimmers under the minute there in our opening heat of 100 freestyle for the men's multi-class World Para Series event. Make his way down the second 50 is Miguel Angel, our 20-year-old from Mexico, who's an S5 swimmer. So Miguel's doing a really good job keeping that stroke length nice and long in this second 50. And you can see he's finishing right down past his hip line. As he's approaching the 85 metre mark, so with 15 metres left to swim when you see that red little marker on the lane rope. And Miguel didn't have an entry time, so we're not sure what his personal best is as he makes his way into the final 5 metres. And comes into touch in a time of 2:18.73. Our swimmers from Heat 1 are clearing the water, as our swimmers from Heat 2 are behind the blocks. So Rowan Crothers in lane 4. Here's the fastest entry time for our athletes here of a 50.70. I know that he's been trying to chase that magical 50-second mark. So we'll see how he goes in this morning's heat sessions. And Rowan is off to a good start there. Also starting well is Liam Schittler in lane 5. So Rowan coming into this 50-metre turn, turning through in a 25.58. Ahead of Liam, with Timothy Hodge in third. Just ahead of Alex Safi. So Rowan putting together a really good swim here in this heats of this 100 freestyle as he comes underneath the flags with 5 metres to go and touches in a time of 53.15. With Liam in second, tie for third with Alex Safi just getting ahead of Timothy Hodge. William Martin also breaking that minute mark with Braden Hall and Wee Song not far off it. So our swimmers from Heat 2 are now clearing the water, as our swimmers for our third and final heat are now behind the blocks. So Jack Ireland, our 23-year-old from Australia, starting strongly here in this third heat, and he's just continuing to extend his lead. Jack Ireland is an S14 classification, same as Bailey Stewart, who's in lane 3, with Alexander Elliott in lane 5 at S10 classification. So that means Jack and Bailey are kind of racing head-to-head, whereas Alexander is competing against a different time to post a result that will put them in the finals for tonight. It is Jack who takes out in a 52.78, with Bailey getting the touch for second, ahead of Alexander. Swimming in lane 7 with 25 metres to go is Marcos Rafael, a 23-year-old from Mexico, an S3 swimmer who had an entry time of a 1:54.71. Again, you can see that Marcos is keeping a really good job at keeping that tempo up, breathing every 6 or 7 strokes. As he's got 5 metres to swim now. Probably take one more breath before the flags, and let's see if he can keep that head down all the way into the wall on his finish. And he touches the wall in a 2:05.82.
The next event is event 140 men's 100 meters freestyle mountain class. There are 2 heats in this event. Following this event are 2 swims.
So we're now moving along to event 140, the men's 100 freestyle multi-class Victorian Open Championship event. Just getting our swimmers to stand down before we have another attempt there. We're underway here. So we've seen Nicholas Layton compete in both the able-bodied events and the multi-class events here at the Victorian Open Long Course Championships. Nick had an entry time 53.61 for this 100 freestyle. Is getting out nice and strongly and turning in a 26.17. Probably not quite fast enough to challenge that personal best with that first 50 there, with Henry Hughes in second and Bo Matthews in third. So Nick is doing a good job on his legs in this second 50 to try and keep that kick going nice and strong, as he's got 10 metres to swim, comes underneath the flags and touches the wall in a 54.37. So we'll look for Nick to get out a little bit faster tonight if he wants to challenge his personal best, with Henry Hughes touching in second, Bo Matthews in third. Coming into fourth is going to be James Logan, with Dominic Huggard in fifth and Ryan McGrand in sixth. Underway here in our second and final heat of the men's 100-metre freestyle Victorian Championship multi-class event. And it is Dylan Logan, an S15 swimmer from Melbourne Swimming Club, who's leading ahead of Callum Simpson from Flinders, who's an S8 swimmer. Dylan turns first in a 27.95. Also under the 30 was Callum, turning in that 29-second mark. As they've got approaching the last 15 metres, with Dylan looking pretty comfy this morning. Has an entry time of 56. He's going to be swimming just a little bit over that in a 58.29. Callum Simpson's entry time was a 102.99, so he's 101.70, taking off over a second off his personal best. Coming to touch in third, Kelvin Tran in 110.48. Andrew Din right on his entry time, with Bradley Doolan swimming a nice PB. So just when you thought the action had concluded, we've got two swim-offs to conclude this morning's heat session here on day 2 of the Victorian Open Long Course Championship. Our first one is a men's 100-metre breaststroke. So in lane 4 is Joshua Kingston, and in lane 5, Une Geisler. Earlier on, they tied for 20th in a time of 108.36. So this is for a spot in the B final. Une Geisler out to a nice, strong start. And he's got almost a body length over Joshua Kingston in this opening 50. So Une turns first, a bit long on that wall in a 31.00. Got a 1.2 second lead over Josh as we move into this second 50. That margin is reducing as we approach the 75-metre mark. It's gone from a full body length to 3/4 of the body length, but it does look like Une is going to hold on as we've got 15 metres to swim. Let's see how much faster than that 108.37 that he posted this morning is going to go. It's almost a guarantee that someone swims faster and swim off. He comes under the flags and touches in a 107.34. So almost exactly a second faster, and Joshua Kingston swam faster as well than he did this morning. So Une Geyser will be taking up the spot in the B final. We move on to our second swim off, which is for the women's 50-metre freestyle. In lane 4, we have Chantal Underwood, and in lane 5, we have Sasha Jones. These two swimmers finished equal 21st this morning in a 27.88. Not sure if they're actually swimming for a spot in the final or just for first reserve, but it does look like Sasha Jones is marginally ahead through the 35-metre mark. Chantal Underwood is coming back on her, though, neck and neck as we go underneath the flags. It's all going to be about getting their hand on the wall for the touch, and it is Sasha Jones who touches first in a 27.57, with Chantal Underwood in second in a 27.64. Again, both of those swimmers swimming faster than they did this morning in the regulation event. So all 4 of our swim-off swimmers registering times faster than they did in the event this morning. So that does conclude this morning's swimming action here on day 2 of the Victorian Open Long Course Championships. Been a great morning of action. We're looking forward for you guys joining us this evening for all the finals action. So some of our favourites will be back: Kayla McEwen, Tamsin Cook, Sam Williamson, Joshua Young, Brennan Smith, Will Petrick, and more. So we'll look forward to seeing you all again this evening. But from now, goodbye.